also eliminates pre-play. Figure 4238's opinion is supported by two bearings in the rack housing. An illustration labels the parts of a rack steering gear. Description. Applied math. AM52. Probability. The technician can relate problem symptoms to the probability of the malfunction of a specific part or system. A common problem with steering systems, particularly in older vehicles, is excessive replay. Typically, the customer will describe the problem as the steering feeling loose or sloppy. A road test will quickly verify the concern. There will be excessive movement of the steering wheel in the straight-ahead position before the wheels even begin to turn. With a pickup truck that has a parallelogram steering system, the excessive replay can be caused by wearing several pins within the system. There is a higher probability of the fault being caused within the steering linkage than within the steering gearbox. As a result, components such as tie rod end, idler arms, and fitment arms should be checked and eliminated first before inspecting the steering gearbox. The inner end of the tie rod is threaded onto the rack and has a ball and socket joint to allow swiveling movement. The other end of the tie rod is threaded to allow attachment of the outer tie rod end, which provides the method used to adjust the toe angle. A rack and pinion steering gear is normally lubricated by grease. Each end of the rack is protected from dirt and water by flexible synthetic rubber bellows. They are attached to the rack housing and to the tie rod. The rubber bellows extend and collapse as the rack moves. On some vehicles, the rubber bellows are connected by a tube. As the steering wheel is turned, air is transferred from the collapsing bellows side to the expanding bellows side. This process keeps the rubber bellows from collapsing. With rack and pinion steering, the rack is threaded directly to the tie rod assembly. The tie rod assembly is attached to the steering arm on the steering knuckle. The tie rod assembly consists of an inner and an outer tie rod end that are threaded together. The steering arm can be forged as one piece as part of the steering knuckle. It can also be made from separate pieces and assembled to form one piece. Figure 4239. Figure 4239 two-piece steering knuckle and steering arm. A photo of a two-piece steering knuckle mounted on a steering arm. Worm gear steering boxes. The worm gear steering box made the process of steering the front wheels an easier task for drivers of early automobiles. The worm gearbox uses two gears, a worm and a worm gear, also called a worm wheel. Figure 4240. The worm has teeth cut in a helical, spiral shape and operates the same as a screw. In this case, the helix on the worm moves the worm wheel 1 2 for each revolution of the worm. It converts the rotary motion of the steering wheel to the linear motion needed to control the wheel. Figure 4240 the parts of a worm gear assembly, the worm and the worm gear, or worm wheel. A diagram of the worm gear assembly depicts the worm wheel and a worm gear that meshes with the worm wheel. Description. The worm gear also produces a large gear reduction. The gear ratio of the gearbox is calculated the same way as the rack and pinion assembly. It is a comparison of the angles of movement between the steering wheel and the wheel assembly. It is expressed as a ratio, for example, 18:1. The gear ratio of a worm gearbox increases output torque and reduces the effort the driver has to apply. Worm gears have another benefit. They do not transmit nearly as much road shock back to the driver as a rack and pinion gear assembly. Figure 4241. When the worm is driven by the steering wheel, the worm turns in a spiral. The teeth on the worm wheel follow the spiral, twisting the sector shaft. The worm turns easily when driven by the steering wheel. This is because each turn of the worm advances the worm wheel 1 2. But if the worm wheel is driven by a severe road shock, the worm wheel teeth butt up against the spiral teeth on the worm. This prevents most of the force from being transmitted as rotary motion to the worm. This is because most of the force from the worm wheel is nearly perpendicular to the rotation of the worm gear. Figure 4241A. Road shock is minimized in a worm gear arrangement. B. Road shock is much larger in a rack and pinion gear. An illustration is titled Forces at an Angle Against Road Shock. An illustration is titled Forces in Line Transmit Road Shock Forces. Worm gear steering boxes are partially filled with a lubricant. The fluid lubricates the bearings and gears inside the steering gearbox. Seals and gas gaskets are used to contain the fluid the baby wear out and leak. When inspecting steering gearboxes, always check them for fluid leaks. If found, inform your supervisor. Several forms of the worm gearbox have been used throughout the history of the automobile. The following have been three popular styles: worm and sector gearbox, worm and roller gearbox, recirculating ball gearbox, worm and sector gearbox. The first worm gearbox was of the worm and sector style. In this style, the worm is meshed with a sector, or portion, of a gear mounted on its own shaft, called a sector shaft, figure 4242. The outer end of the sector shaft has a spine that mates with an internal spine on the pivot arm. As the steering wheel rotates, the worm causes the sector to move through an arc. The sector shaft transfers the motion through the pivot arm to the steering linkage. This style of gearbox produces more friction between the gears than later worm gearboxes. Steering is more difficult because of this. Figure 4242, a worm and sector type of worm gear steering box. An illustration labels the parts of a worm gear steering box. Description: worm and roller gearbox. Worm and roller gear. The worm gear in a worm and roller steering gearbox has an hourglass shape. It meshes with a double-rib roller. The roller is free to rotate on bearings that ride on it and attach to the pivot shaft, figure 4243. As the driver turns the steering wheel, the worm rotates and the roller rolls against the worm, moving the roller in an arc. The roller follows the hourglass shape and transfers the motion to the pivot shaft. The hourglass shape changes the steering ratio slightly as the roller nears each end. Figure 4243, the worm and roller steering gearbox. A photo of a worm and roller steering gearbox depicts the worm gear that meshes with the roller located at the bottom of the gearbox. The worm and roller gearbox was an improvement to the worm and sector style. It reduces the friction between the two gears that is caused by the roller. This makes turning the steering wheel easier. Recirculating ball gearbox. Recirculating ball gearbox. The recirculating ball steering gearbox is also known as the worm and nut steering gear. It contains the worm gear inside a ball nut. The ball nut has a very coarse, threaded hole in it. Gear teeth that are cut into the ball nuts outside edge engage teeth on the sector shaft to rotate the pivot arm. This gearbox was developed in 1940 and is an improved version of the worm and sector and worm and roller types of worm gear. In the recirculating ball gearbox, both ends of the worm shaft are supported in the housing by angular bearings. They are preloaded to reduce lateral movement, known as in play. They also resist side thrust movement of the worm gear when it is under load. A ball nut rides on the worm gear. Many steel balls roll between the spiral grooves of the worm and the inside of the nut, figure 4244. With rotation, the balls are rolled along the grooves, partly in the worm and partly in the nut. The balls form a low friction internal thread. This causes the nut to thread up or down on the worm as it rotates. When the balls get to the end of the groove, they travel through ball return guides to the other end of the nut. Ball return guides are simply special passages through which the balls move. Figure 4244, the recirculating ball steering system uses a worm gear that moves the ball nut by turning against ball bearings. Four grooves to turn the wheel. An illustration labels the parts of a recirculating ball steering system. Description: technician tip. The steering gearbox may be mounted so that the steering linkage is in front of front steer, or behind rear steer, the suspension cross member. When it is behind the cross member, it is protected by the cross member from possible damage. This position of the steering gearbox also reduces the length of the steering column. The sector gear and nut teeth are designed so that when the teeth are in a straight ahead position, they have minimum clearance. This is called the high end. This design reduces free play when the steering wheel is straight. The sector teeth are also angled slightly. The top of the teeth is bigger than the bottom of the teeth. An adjustment mechanism on the steering housing cover allows for adjustment of the sector gear height. This adjustment provides accurate engagement of the sector gear and nut teeth. Figure 4245. Figure 4245, a sector gear adjustment screw and rock nut maintain accurate engagement between the gears. A photo of a recirculating ball gearbox depicts the sector gearages with screw at the top and a lock nut at the bottom. Forward control vehicle. The steering gearbox is mounted in front of the engine and wheels. The steering gearbox is mounted on the frame with a pin and arm vertical, figure 4246. A drag link transfers movement of the pin and arm to a relay lever. The relay lever has two arms, one connected to the drag link and the other to the track rod. The track rod is supported on the other end by the idler arm. The longitudinal movement of the drag link pivots the relay lever. The movement is transferred from the track rod to the idler arm. From there, it is transferred through the tie rod to the steering knuckles. Figure 4246 forward control steering. An illustration labels the parts of a forward control steering assembly. Description. Row 42 to 4 explain hydraulic power steering systems and operation. Power steering. Power steering. As vehicle design progressed, more steering effort became necessary. Front-wheel drive added weight to the front end and wider, low-profile tires are harder to steer. As a result, power steering was introduced. Power steering assists the driver in steering the wheel. The driver still needs to initiate the steering effort. With just a little effort, the assist kicks in and helps. The power steering system is designed so that the vehicle can still be controlled even if the engine or the power steering system were to fail. If this were to happen, greater steering effort by the driver would be required. There are three types of power steering. Hydraulically assisted power steering. Electrically powered hydraulic steering. Fully electric power steering. Hydraulically assisted power steering. Hydraulically assisted power steering. Hydraulically assisted power steering uses pressurized hydraulic fluid to assist the driver in steering the wheels. This design is especially helpful at slower vehicle speeds, when steering wheel turning effort is much higher. An engine-driven hydraulic pump pressurizes the hydraulic fluid. The pressure operates the power unit of the steering gearbox or the rack and pinion assembly. Hydraulic pressure is delivered by the control valve and by the connecting hoses and pipes. A fluid reservoir holds the supply of power steering fluid. With the engine running, fluid flows continuously through the system. It flows from the power steering pump to the steering gearbox control valve. The control valve is sent into the power unit and then back to the power steering pump. With the steering wheel in the neutral position, minimal pressure is needed. This means that minimal engine power is needed to operate the system in a neutral position. When additional assistance is needed, the control valve redirects the fluid flow. The fluid that was freely returning to the pump is redirected to a power unit where it can provide assistance. We cover this in detail in the flow control valve section. Some manufacturers task the power steering system with double duty. The pressure from power steering pumps has been used to power hydraulic brake boosters on some vehicles. It has also been used to power the radiator fan on many vehicles, such as some luxury vehicles and medium-duty trucks. When working on those systems, be aware of how the power steering system is integrated into the other systems. Power steering fluid and hoses. Power steering fluid performs several functions. It lubricates the pump and steering gear. It also preserves the system sealed and pressure hoses. To perform these functions, power steering fluid must be stable at extreme temperatures. It needs to withstand high temperatures and pressures and also flow freely at very cold temperatures. Many manufacturers have specified certain types of automatic transmission fluid for their power steering systems over the years. Others call for specific formulations of a separate power steering fluid, figure 4247. Because there is typically only a port or 2 of power steering fluid in the system, it has worked pretty hard. When the vehicle is going straight, the fluid flows freely through the system and the pressure is low. However, turning causes the pressure to rise, heating the fluid. The harder it is worked, the hotter it gets. The hotter it gets, the shorter its life. For this reason, some vehicles are equipped with a power steering fluid cooler, figure 4248. This is usually built into the high-pressure line. It helps cool the fluid before it gets to the steering gear. Figure 4247, an example of one type of power steering fluid. Check the service information to determine the right kind for each vehicle. A photo of a power steering fluid can, offered by Myteam, bearing the logo of the company. The model in it can read, Made in America, sold to the world. Figure 4248, a typical power steering fluid cooler mounted in the high-pressure line. A photo of a power steering system depicts a high-pressure line that features an inbuilt steering fluid cooler. Power steering fluid also gets contaminated with rubber and metallic particles from internal wear in the system. Because of this, some manufacturers install a replaceable filter in the system, figure 4249. Many manufacturers do not specify a power steering fluid change interval. However, the fluid does degrade over time. Because of this, many technicians recommend flushing power steering fluid every 50,000 to 100,000 miles, 80,467 to 160,934 kilometers. Figure 4249, some vehicles use a power steering system filter mounted either in the reservoir or in the return line. An illustration of a steering rack. Power steering hoses are used to carry power steering fluid from the pump to the steering gear. This is high-pressure hose and is usually made of plastic, high-pressure hose material. Figure 4249. So they can't be too stiff. extreme fire hazards. Because of this, hoses should be inspected for seepage or leak during each oil change. Also, most high-pressure power steering hoses use an oring to seal the end of each hose to the pump and steering gearbox. Figure 4251. These seals camber or leak, requiring replacement of the oring. Figure 4251. High-pressure power steering hose using an oring to seal the hose to the pump. A photo of a high-pressure power steering hose that has an oring attached to its neck. Steering process. Steering process. Steering, rotary control valve operation. The hydraulic pressure is controlled by a rotary valve, which is located on the input shaft of the steering wheel. Seals in the rotary valve prevent internal and external fluid leakage. When the steering wheel is turned, the rotary valve directs fluid to one side or the other of the piston. The piston is attached to the steering nearby the rack. Pressure then increases as required to provide steering assistance. In rack and pinion steering gear, the piston is formed centrally on the steering rack. The rack housing is the working cylinder, figure 4252. Pressure seals of each end of the cylinder isolate the power section from the rest of the rack housing. Figure 4252. Power assisted rack and pinion system. An illustration labels the parts of a power assisted rack and pinion system. Description. In a recirculating ball steering gearbox, the power piston and sealed slide in the cylinder of the housing. Figure 4253. The power piston has an extension formed on one side with teeth that engage on the sector shaft. Pressure across the other side of the power piston produces a force. The force is transferred from the teeth to help turn the sector shaft. Figure 4253. Power assisted recirculating ball gearbox. An illustration labels the parts of a power assisted recirculating ball gearbox. Description. Connecting parts transfer fluid from the rotary valve housing to one side of the piston at a time. This provides assistance, which acts directly on the steering wheel. The rotary valve is located between the input shaft and the pinion gear or worm. It consists of an inner member that is attached to the input shaft. A cylindrical tube member is attached to the pinion gear or worm. It appears like a shaft within a shaft. Figure 4254. Figure 4254. Power steering valve torsion valve. A photo of the power steering rotary valve that attaches the input shaft and the worm nearby torsion bar. Turning the steering wheel in a closed member rotates the steering gear housing. Slight rotary displacement of the inner member in the sleeve directs the flow of power fluid. This slight rotary displacement is allowed by a torsion bar, which is a spring-loaded steel valve. Its bottom end is connected to the pinion gear or worm in the outer member of the rotary valve. The top is connected to the input shaft's inner member of the rotary valve. When the steering wheel is turned, there is resistance from the front wheels of the road surface. This resistance is transmitted through the steering wheel. The input shaft twists the torsion bar slightly. Because the inner member is also attached to the input shaft, this piston provides direct rotary displacement of the inner and outer members. It is this displacement that lets fluid flow from the valve to act as a piston in the steering wheel. The input shaft is placed at only a small angle before contact is stopped on the pinion gear or worm. This is necessary to provide manual steering when the power system is not available. When the gear is in the neutral position, fluid flow is directed into and out of the valve assembly. The inner member lets fluid pass equally to both sides of the rack piston and returns the fluid to the valve. Equal but unequal pressure is applied to both sides of the power piston. No power assistance is provided. When the steering wheel is turned, wind is restricted from making a free return to the reservoir. It is now directed to the side that matches the turning action, figure 4255. At the same time, wind on the opposite side is directed to the return circuit, back to the reservoir. Slight deflection of the valve gives a small amount of assistance. Assist becomes progressively greater as the torsion bar flexes further. The grooves of the inner member are precisely shaped. This allows them to meter the flow of fluid between the apply and the release passageways. Figure 4255. Slight flexing of the torsion bar allows fluid to be increased or decreased to either side of the power piston in the steering gear. An illustration illustration depicts the flexing of the torsion bar that enables either increasing or decreasing fluid circulation around the piston in the steering gear. Description: flow control valve. Flow control valve. All power steering pumps have a flow control valve that varies fluid flow and pressures in the system.
Oh, these niggas down.
The valve prevents excessive pressures from developing. Excessive
You
pressure
pick
occurs
from
when
them
the
three.
steering is on full lock. Turn all the way to one side,
I
and
think
the power
whatever I
filter
got.
stops in that position. The flow control valve is located at the outlet fitting of the power steering pump. It regulates pressures to as high as 1,200 to 1,500 pounds per square inch, 8,273.7 to 10,342.1 kilopascals. When the flow control valve is forced open, there is usually an audible whine from this very high pressure. During slow movement or with parking, power steering pump speeds are normally low. The low engine speed causes low fluid flow.
No bets.
High pressure is still needed to provide the required assistance. Discharge ports direct fluid to the pressure side outlet and then to the steering gear. The outlet fluid pressure is slightly lower than the internal high pressure coming from the power steering pump. This drop in pressure occurs as the fluid flow passes the needle and orifice in the outlet fitting. This lower pressure is transmitted through a bypass fluid passage to the spring end of the control valve. The pressure difference on the valve causes it to move away from the outlet fitting. The force of the spring prevents it from moving far enough to uncover return port back to the pump inlet. Movement of the control valve controls the position of the needle valve in the outlet fitting. This controls the fluid flow to the steering cable. Figure 4256. Figure 4256 movement of the control valve controls the position of the needle valve in the outlet fitting. This controls the fluid flow to the steering gear. A diagram of a control valve is located within a pump body. Description: at higher speeds,
can I go to USC right there?
fluid flow is increased. Figure 45 split angle is the difference in angle between the direction the tire is pointed and the direction the tire is actually going. An illustration of a car wheel with two arrows indicating an approximately 30-degree angle, which is the slip angle of difference in angle between the actual direction in which a wheel is pointing and the intended direction in which should be traveling. When Low 40 to 1 explain tire and wheel physics. Introduction. The wheel and tire assembly is the only point of contact between the vehicle and the road surface. Because of this, it plays a significant role in how a vehicle handles and rides. Figure 41. The entire vehicle physically rests on the wheel and tire assembly. Today's newer, lightweight vehicles are therefore more sensitive than ever to minor tire or wheel issues. Figure 41 wheels and tires provide the connection between the vehicle and the road surface. A photo of a car wheel with tires in motion along an even road surface. Poorly maintained wheels and tires decrease effective handling, fuel economy, and ride quality. They also increase the potential for accidents or breakdowns. Knowing tire and wheel theory will help you identify issues before they lead to unsafe conditions. Tire and wheel physics. Tires and wheels work together to allow the vehicle to roll down the road smoothly. Tires by themselves have very little rigidity. They flex and deform whenever a force is put against them. With tires alone, the vehicle would be unable to roll down the road. In contrast, wheels are very rigid. Because of this, however, they have no way of absorbing the unevenness of the road surface. The vehicle would not be able to ride smoothly if only wheels were used to move them. Also, because wheels have a low coefficient of friction, traction would be almost non-existent. When you pair a tire with a wheel, you get the best of both worlds. The tire offers flexibility and traction to grip the road surface while smoothing out bumps. The wheel provides the rigidity needed for directional control. Tires on most passenger vehicles are called pneumatic tires. This is because they are filled with pressurized air, which gives them support. Some vehicles, such as forklifts, may use solid rubber tires. Figure 42. These tires are not susceptible to punctures. They are used where puncture hazards are present, such as at garbage dumps or construction sites. Figure 42. Solid tires are used on machines where puncture hazards are present. A photo of a tractor with a big rear tire and a small front tire with deep treads. Early pneumatic tires were called tube-type tires because they used an inner tube inside the tire. The inner tube sealed the air in the wheel and tire assembly. Newer vehicles use tubeless tires. These tires are designed to seal tightly to the wheel in such a way that the pressurized air does not leak out. The air pressure gives the tire its shape and the weight of the vehicle.
Too much break on time, all
Air
that.
inside the tire pushes the surface of the
Taking
tire
good
outward.
notes.
Tires on
But
many
you better pass
vehicles
this
are
test.
inflated to about 32 pounds per inch to 220.6 kilopascals. This means that 32 pounds of air pressure are pushing against every inch of the inside of the tire. It would not be unreasonable to say that there is approximately 1,200 square inches, 7,741.9 square centimeters, of surface area inside a typical passenger car tire. So, 32 pounds per square inch multiplied by 1,200 square inches equals 38,400 pounds, 17,417.9 kilograms, of force trying to expand the tire. Why doesn't the tire expand like a balloon? It doesn't because it has lots of strong reinforcing strands molded into it. These strands give it strength while still allowing it to be flexible. As the air inside the tire pushes outward on the tire, the strands stretch tightly and prevent the tire from ballooning. Figure 43. Also, the relatively high pressure in the tire stiffens the tire so that it will support the weight of the vehicle. This design also explains the appearance of a tire that has substantially low air pressure. The bottom will appear flat and the sidewall relatively soft. The air pressure is not fully stretching the cords in the tire. Figure 43. The strands in the tire are stretched tight by the air pressure inside the tire, allowing it to support the weight of the vehicle and keeping it from ballooning. 3 illustrations of car wheels depicting the variation in the strands of a tire. Description. Tire distortion. Tire distortion. During cornering, centrifugal force acts on a vehicle to produce a side force. The side force is the pressure on the tire that pushes it toward one side of the rim as the vehicle makes a turn. In most instances, The friction between the tire and the road surface keeps the tire from sliding sideways. However, when the roads are slippery or the vehicle is traveling too fast, the tire is unable to grip the road surface adequately. The side force overcomes the tire to road friction. This results in the tire skidding sideways during a turn. Without the resistance created by friction, side force will cause the vehicle to continue in a straight line. The tire provides this opposing force by distorting while still gripping the road, figure 44. Because the tire's construction makes it elastic, it exerts a force called cornering force. This force allows a sideways tire distortion, and the vehicle can then follow a path at an angle to the direction the road wheel is pointing, figure 45. This is called the slip angle. As the cornering force increases, so does the slip angle. Figure 44 tires distort during cornering, providing an opposing force that allows the vehicle to turn. A photo of a tire with a flattened base. Figure 45 slip angle is the difference in angle between the direction the tire is pointed and the direction the tire is actually going. An illustration of a car wheel with two arrows indicating an approximately 30-degree angle, which is the slip angle or difference in angle between the actual direction in which a wheel is pointing and the intended direction in which should be traveling. When a vehicle is being driven into a turn with a decreasing radius,
I be feeling sometimes that shit, man, for you, man, for you. I believe you.
This continues until the tire slides.
You gotta do what you
At
gotta do.
that point, the
See
only
it in.
resistance comes from sliding kinetic
Come
friction
on,
across
B.
the road surface. The tire grips again only when the vehicle has slowed or when the wheels are not turned so sharply, that is, when the side force is reduced to the point where the tire can regain traction. Both the front and the rear tires develop a slip angle in a turn. The vehicle's path is determined by the front tire's steering and the slip angles of both the front and the rear tires. These slip angles depend on several factors: the weight distribution within the vehicle, the wheelbase, the tire track, the overall length of the vehicle. The weight distribution is affected by whether the engine is front, mid, or rear mounted. Another factor is whether the vehicle is front, rear, or all-wheel drive. Every vehicle has static weight distribution. This is the same whether the vehicle is at rest or traveling in a straight line at a steady speed. This distribution is changed side to side by centrifugal force when the vehicle is turning. It is changed front to back during acceleration or braking. During cornering, centrifugal force puts more weight on the outside wheels. Acceleration puts more weight on the rear wheels. Deceleration or braking puts more weight on the front wheels. In a turn, centrifugal force tries to push the vehicle away from the corner. This action is resisted by the cornering force of the tires. Thus, the tire slip angles may not be equal due to the cornering, deceleration, or acceleration forces acting on them.
Come on, Russell, you can't
When
jump,
the front
bitch.
slip angles are larger than the rear slip angles, the vehicle is said to be in an understeer condition. This is referred to as the vehicle pushing in the corners, figure 46. Understeer results in the front of the vehicle being pushed toward the outside of the corner.
Fuck out my
At its worst, it causes the vehicle's front wheels to slide into the curb or off the track. Figure 46 understeer occurs when the front wheel slip angle is larger than the rear slip angle. An illustration of the sideways tire distortion with arrows indicating the front wheel slip angle is larger than the rear slip angle. An illustration of the sideways tire distortion with arrows indicating the front wheel slip angle is larger than the rear slip angle. Oversteer is when the rear slip angle is larger than the front slip angle. It is referred to as the vehicle being loose in the corners, figure 47. Oversteer tends to cause the rear of the vehicle to slide toward the outside of the corner. In this situation, the rear wheels lose traction. This typically results in the vehicle spinning out. When both the front and the rear tires have equal amounts of slip angle, the vehicle is said to have neutral steer. In this case, the front and rear of the vehicle tend to slide equally toward the outside of the corner as the slip angles increase. Figure 47 oversteer occurs when the rear wheel slip angle is larger than the front slip angle. An illustration of the sideways tire distortion of a car wheel taking a U-turn with arrows indicating the rear wheel slip angle is larger than the front slip angle. Description: center of gravity. Center of gravity.
Damn.
The center of
Could
gravity
be.
is the balance point of the entire vehicle. Its position depends on the design of the vehicle, the location of the vehicle's components, and the load carried by the front and rear wheels. Figure 48. That is, the center of gravity is determined by how weight is distributed. It is always located above the road surface and between the tires. When a vehicle is cornering, this is the point through which all centrifugal force is assumed to act. Figure 48, the vehicle's center of gravity. An illustration depicting the vertical axis, the lateral axis, and the longitudinal axis of a car intersecting at one central point indicating the car in number 39 as center of gravity. Description. In a typical rear-wheel drive, RWD, vehicle, the weight distribution is approximately 60% fore and 40% on the rear. This makes the center of gravity closer to the front than to the rear. On a typical front-wheel drive, FWD, vehicle, the weight distribution is approximately 70% fore and 30% aft. Lateral, or side-to-side, weight distribution can be expressed in the same way. It is affected by factors like the location of the fuel tank and the battery. Technician tip. The height of the center of gravity is determined by the height of the center of the mass above the road surface. Installing taller tires or adding a lift kit raises the vehicle's center of gravity. Installing shorter tires or adding a lowering kit lowers the vehicle's center of gravity. Low 42 describe construction of wheels and tires. Wheel and tire construction. Wheels are usually made from pressed steel or cast aluminum alloy. They are lightweight yet strong enough to withstand normal operational forces. Alloy wheels are popular because of their appearance, and they are lighter than steel wheels. Aluminum is a better conductor of heat, so alloy wheels can dissipate heat from the brakes and tires more effectively than steel. Alloy wheels may be called mag or magnesium wheels. However, wheels actually made of magnesium are rarely used on vehicles. Tires are hollow, donut-shaped structures designed to provide traction to the wheel assembly. They also act as a cushion to absorb shock from road surfaces. The air in the tire supports the vehicle's mass. The tire tread provides frictional contact with the road surface so that the vehicle can maneuver safely. To perform in these ways, the tires must be constructed to match specific requirements. We look at those requirements in this section. Wheel construction. Tire sizes. The terms wheel and rim are often used synonymously. Technically, the rim is a part of the wheel. It is better known as the rim flange. It is the outer circular lip of the wheel on which the inside edge of the tire, called the bead, is mounted. Figure 49. The purpose of the rim flange is to hold and seal the tire to the wheel. Figure 49, rim of the wheel. A photo of a close-up view of the rim of a wheel. Wheel width is the distance across the inside of the rim flanges at the bead seat. The bead seat is the contour of the rim flange that creates the seal between the tire bead and the wheel. There are several rim flange contours that are designed to work with matching tires. Each contour has its own designation. Rim flange designations are J, JJ, K, JK, B, P, and D. The most common are J, passenger cars, and JJ, 4x4S and sport utility vehicles, SUVs. The wheel diameter is the distance across the center of the wheel from rim flange to rim flange, figure 4010. The width of the wheel and the diameter are traditionally stated in inches, although some are stated in millimeters. Figure 4011. Figure 4010 rim flange profiles. 3 illustrations of the 3 rim flange contours B, J, and JJ, respectively. Description. Figure 4011 rim width and diameter. An illustration of the wheel with the horizontal and vertical dimensions labeled as rim diameter and rim width, respectively. Technician tip. Wheels are stamped with a code. For example, a wheel designated 7JJ by 14 would refer to a wheel with the following characters: 14 inches in diameter from bead seat to bead seat. Rim flange profile conforming to a JJ code. Some wheels are made from two sections of pressed steel, a wheel flange, or disc, and the rim, figure 4012. The wheel flange may be solid, but most manufacturers place holes in them to reduce the disc's weight. The holes also provide ventilation for cooling the brakes. The disc is either welded or riveted to the rim. The wheel flange is drilled for the wheel fasteners and bolted to the axle or axle flange. Additional types of wheels can be found in Table 40-1. Figure 4012 parts of a steel wheel, wheel flange and rim, outside and inside. Two photos indicate the wheel flange and rim outside and inside with the mounting holes. Technician tip: the tire must be an exact fit on the rim to fulfill several functions. To ensure that the narrow contact area between the beads of the tire and the rim will seal the air in a tubeless tire. To transfer all the forces between the tire and the wheel, without slipping or chafing. To ensure that the friction between the tire and the rim prevents the tire from turning on the rim. Table 40-1. Types of wheels, rims. Type. Purpose. Steel wheels. Wheels that can be painted or chromed. Generally used on base model vehicles. One-piece alloy wheels. Wheels that are constructed in one piece using aluminum alloy, generally with nickel, are desirable for their lightweight, strength, and appearance. Multi-piece alloy wheel rims. Wheels that are constructed by welding together several separately molded pieces. Custom wheels. Wheels that are built to suit the specific, unique needs and requirements of the customer. Spinning wheels, spinners. Wheels that are constructed with a piece that rotates independently from the wheel. Have high-speed roller bearings placed within the wheel to create the piece's movement. Split rims. Rims that are constructed of a single long piece of metal formed into a circle, but the ends are not welded together, a split ring. Split allows removal of the outside flange so that the tire can be demounted. More common on tractor trailers and other big wheeled trucks. Most passenger vehicle wheels are of the drop center design. In drop center wheels, part of the intersection sits lower than the sides, figure 40-13. This design allows for tire removal and mounting. The rigid bead of the tire can be pushed into the drop center so that the other side of the bead can fit over the rim flange when being dismounted and mounted. The drop center rim is made in one piece and is permanently fastened to the wheel disc. When inflated, the tire is locked to the wheel. Figure 40-13 drop center rim. A photo of the rim of the wheel with a part of the intersection sitting lower than the sides. Tires are locked to the rim in two main ways. The most common way uses safety ridges on the rim close to the bead seats, figure 40-14. The tire expands over the safety ridge when it is installed. If the tire loses air pressure, the safety ridges help hold the tire on the bead seat. Tires are also locked to the rim by a tapered rim and bead seat. They are tapered in such a way that the bead seat ramps toward the rim flange. As the tire is inflated, it gets pushed up the ramp, stretching it tightly on the rim. Figure 40-14 safety ridge on a wheel. A photo of a tire locked to the rim with the safety ridges located close to the bead seats. Technician tip: most wheels have ventilation holes in the wheel disc so that air can circulate to the brakes. In fact, some wheels are designed to create a fan effect to cool the brakes more effectively. An important feature in a wheel is the location of the drop center in the wheel. The drop center can be closer to the front of the wheel or closer to the rear of the wheel. This depends on the desired position of the drop center relative to the wheel flange. In most stock wheels, the drop center is closer to the front side of the wheel. In a deep dish wheel, the drop center is closer to the rear of the wheel, figure 40-15. Figure 40-15 deep dish wheel. An illustration of a deep dish wheel with the front of the wheel labeled at the top and the drop center closer to the rear of the wheel. The drop center is crucial to removing the tire from the wheel. The side of the wheel that is closest to the drop center is the side from which the tire should be removed. In fact, it is virtually impossible to remove the tire from the side of the wheel farthest from the drop center. Most are original equipment manufacturer, OEM, wheels or front mount wheels. They are designed to have the tires removed from the front of the wheel because the drop center is closest to the front. Reverse mount wheels are designed to have the tires removed from the rear of the wheel. These wheels need to be mounted upside down on the tire machine when removing and installing tires. Safety tip. Although not as common, the wheel width and diameter can also be stated in millimeters. Metric wheels are not to be used with imperial tires, nor are metric tires to be used on imperial wheels. Doing so could result in personal injury or vehicle accident. Applied math. AM27, distance. The technician can measure distance using a variety of devices to determine conformance to the manufacturer's specifications and tolerances. A technician may be called on to measure distances with a variety of devices to determine conformance of components to manufacturer's tolerances and specifications. Some examples may include measuring the following: tire tread with a depth gauge, brake pad thickness with a ruler, vehicle ride height with a tape measure, brake disc thickness with a vernier caliper, wheel runout with a dial indicator, wheel offset. The offset of a wheel is the distance from the wheel flange to the center line of the wheel, figure 4016. Offset is important. It is typically used to bring the tire center line into close alignment with the larger inner wheel bearing on vehicles with serviceable bearings. It also reduces the bending load on the axle. Wheels that are offset to the inside require the wheel assembly to be shaped so that there is space for the brake assembly. This is especially true for disc brakes, which are typically larger in diameter than drum brakes. The wheel must also not be offset to the inside far enough that it contacts the strut. Figure 4016-0, positive and negative offset. 3 illustrations of a wheel with the plane of the hub mounting surface shifted toward the inside, coinciding with the center line, and shifted toward the outside, respectively, which correspond to negative offset, 0 offset, and positive offset, respectively. The corresponding offset is marked. The offset can be either 0, positive, or negative. 0 offset. With 0 offset, the plane of the hub mounting surface is even with the center line of the wheel. Vehicles manufactured in the mid-1970s through the 1980s were typically built with 0 offset wheels. Positive offset. With positive offset, the plane of the hub mounting surface is shifted toward the outside or front side of the wheel. Positive offset wheels are generally found on Ford vehicles and newer RWD vehicles. Negative offset. With negative offset, the hub mounting surface is toward the brake side or the back side of the wheel. Older model vehicles with deep dish wheels often have wheels with negative offset. This is also the case with specialized high-performance vehicles. Wheel studs and lug nuts. Wheels are fastened to the hub by wheel studs and lug nuts. Wheel studs and lug nuts are highly stressed by loads from the weight of the vehicle and the forces generated by its motion. Wheel studs and nuts are made from heat-treated, high-grade alloy steel. The threads between the studs and the nuts are close-fitting and accurately sized. All wheel nuts must be tightened to the specified torque in the correct sequence. Otherwise, the wheel could break free from the hub. You must use a matching wheel retaining stud or nut with the wheel. There are several styles of lug nuts or lug studs, figure 4017. Tapered seat lug nuts have a tapered end that is placed toward the rim and fits into a matching taper in the rim. This helps center the wheel on the lug studs. Flat seat lug nuts use either an integrated washer or a separate washer. The lug nut is flat on the bottom, which matches the wheel. Ball seat lug nuts have a rounded seat that has a matching surface on the wheel. Mixing and matching lug nuts and wheels would result in the tire not being held securely. Figure 4017A, tapered seat lug nut and wheel. B, flat seat with integrated washer and wheel. C, flat seat with separate washer and wheel. D, ball seat. A photo of a tapered seat lug nut and wheel. A photo of a wheel lug nut with flat seat with integrated washer and wheel. A photo of a wheel lug nut with flat seat with separate washer and wheel. A photo of a ball seat wheel lug nut with rounded seat and wheel. Prior to installing a wheel, it is critical that the mating surfaces of the wheel flange and the axle flange are clean. They must be free of dirt, mud, and rust. When installing the lug nuts or lug studs, make sure that you install them in the correct orientation. The seat on the lug nut/stud must face the matching seat on the wheel. After the lug nuts have been installed, they must be tightened to the specified torque. Many shops request that the customer return and have the lug nut torque rechecked within a few days or about 100 miles. If the lug nuts or studs are under-tightened, then it is possible that they will loosen while driving. This can cause the wheel to fall off. It also ruins the wheel and lug studs. If the nut or stud is over-tightened, then there is a good chance that the studs will be stretched and weakened. They are then prone to break from overstressing and fatigue fractures. Over-tightening lug nuts can also cause the brake rotors to warp. Most lug nuts and studs use right-hand threads, which means they tighten when turned clockwise. Into the 1970s, however, some manufacturers use lug nuts and studs with left-hand threads. In many cases, left-hand threads were used on the left side, driver's side, of the vehicle. Right-hand lug nuts and studs were used on the right side, passenger side, of the vehicle. Manufacturers claimed that left-hand lug nuts were less likely to back off when used on the left side of the vehicle. It is not certain whether this is true. Correctly torqued lug nuts do not generally loosen, no matter whether they are left-hand or right-hand. Left-hand lug nuts can usually be identified by an L stamped on them or on the end of the lug stud, figure 4018. When you place the socket or lug wrench over the lug nut, make sure that you check for the L. If there is one,
I feel like a
then
job
you will need to
using me
turn the
or
lug nut clockwise
mistreating me
to
or
loosen
don't
it.
care about their work. But once I feel like that about a job, I just be feeling like this ain't the place for me no more. You know what I'm saying? Like y'all just doing all this shit with no extra pay. But don't worry, February, I see March 2nd, March 3rd, what they do. We supposed to get a raise. I see what y'all do. If I tell you if I get 25, 30, 50 cents, shit like that, oh yeah, I'm out the door. Yeah, but I just tired of these jobs thinking they can play with people, you know? I see y'all can move us back to our old apartment. After y'all done get them motherfuckers a bonus, then a week later we come back in our old apartment. Why we didn't get a bonus? And the other apartment they had moved us to the first time. They told me they don't never get a damn bonus. I said, man, what kind of shit is that?
Dang, man, what kind of shit is that?
4018 left-hand lug nut instead identified by the L on the stud or nut. A photo of a wheel lug nut and stud with a label of 1/4/2 liters embedded on the body of the lug nut. Technician tip. Don't be like the apprentice technician who was trying to get a vehicle ready for a brake job for a journeyman technician. When the journeyman came into work, the apprentice was just taking off the last wheel. The journeyman could hear the impact wrench hammering away and then the impact wrench zing to full speed. By the time he got to the apprentice, he was on the next to last lug nut. The journeyman stopped him. The apprentice said that all the lug nuts were rusted on the studs on the left side of the car. They all broke off when he tried to loosen them. The journeyman took the impact wrench, switched directions on it, and proceeded to easily remove the last two lug nuts. The apprentice was quite embarrassed, especially when the other technicians started calling
So you
him
gonna be an
Lefty.
automotive
If
technician
the lug nut
apprentice?
does not loosen quickly when you are trying to
You gotta
remove
take
it, always
a
stop and
national
try
exam
to
or
turn
something
it
you
in the
done
other direction.
with that course?
It could be a left-hand lug nut,
Yeah.
which you will have to turn clockwise to remove.
No, you gotta pick
Even
it.
if
You
it
gotta
is
do
a
it on your own.
right-hand lug nut,
You got paper, I know.
sometimes tightening it just a bit helps break loose any rust so that it comes off more easily. The wheel flange usually has a machined hole in the center.
Go to school all you
It
want.
is
Don't
used to
pass that national
accurately center
exam,
the
you ain't
wheel
for
on
nothing.
the axle flange. In some cases, the fit
Nah,
of the
you just
centering
on.
hole is snug enough that it
So
can
the kids
rest or
say you better
corrode in
school?
place and stick to the axle flange.
Shit, that good.
This
Shit,
requires
they ain't good.
penetrating oil. A short
Shit, won't
test
try to be
drive in the
certified,
parking lot
nigga.
with the lug
Hey,
nuts loosened
certified.
slightly,
Huh?
or even
Hey,
hasten a
certified.
torch to break it loose.
Alright.
Always seek the assistance of your supervisor if you encounter
Yeah,
a wheel
certified
that is
automotive
stuck to the
technician.
axle flange. Lastly, make sure that any
That shit
wheels
gonna
you
say
install on the vehicle
completed.
have the correct size.
Automotive
If it is too small,
technician
the wheel
training
won't fit flat
completed.
against the
There ain't no
axle
training.
flange.
I probably
The
get,
lug
now you
nuts
saying
will
I might
likely
get more than
loosen
one
up and the
down
wheel will
certificate.
fall off.
When you gonna get that
In
completion?
addition, the wheel flange will likely bend
Shit, I
as
might
the
get
lug
about
nuts are
down.
tightened,
Did I have when I'm
ruining
done
the
my
wheel.
course? It say completion.
Bolt
AAPC completion.
The bolt
That
pattern
ain't worth
refers
a
to the
damn till
number
you go
and
get the damn
spacing of the
national
lug
damn
nuts and lug
certification.
studs on the wheel and
No,
the
I'm just saying I ain't, cause I don't know how your shit may work. I don't. But I know most people who go to colleges and stuff, they be like, oh yeah, we still have to take the national exam and
The
shit like
spacing
that.
can
Like
be
most
closer
people do.
together
Shit,
or
you ain't
farther
got to.
apart, as long as
I
may
don't know
be.
how that work
The
for
number
other
of
ones, so I
studs
don't
varies
know.
from
I'm just
vehicle
asking.
to vehicle.
Shit, I'm
For
telling you, you ain't got
example,
to.
some smaller cars
So I
have
would.
3 studs, some have 4 studs, but most passenger cars have 5. Pickup trucks and large SUVs can have as many as 6, 8, or 10 studs. The exact number and pattern of
Yeah,
studs
federal
vary
issue,
depending
man,
on the
nigga,
vehicle
hell.
type and manufacturer design. Figure 4019, the bolt pattern refers to the number and spacing of lug nuts or wheel studs on the wheel.
Damn.
A photo of a
Shit, my
5-foot bolt
chat ain't
pattern
going hard like that.
indicating the number and spacing of the car wheel lug nuts. Figure 4019, the bolt pattern refers to the number and spacing of lug nuts or wheel studs on the wheel. Along with the bolt pattern configuration is pitch circle diameter, PCD. PCD is the diameter of a circle drawn through the center of the wheel's bolt holes. It is a fixed measure set during manufacture that cannot be altered. PCD is measured in both inches and millimeters. It also indicates the number of studs or bolts on the wheel. One common configuration has 4 studs and a PCD of 100 millimeters, hence the size 4 times 100 designation. A gauge is typically used to determine the PCD on a wheel. Figure 4020. Figure 4020, a pitch circle diameter gauge being used on a wheel. A photo of a pitch circle diameter gauge being inserted into a wheel disc. Applied math. AM28, distance. The technician can use standard and metric measurement instruments to determine correct sizes and distances. In practice, both standard and metric measurement instruments must be used to determine correct sizes and distances. Specifications may be published in either scale. A common example is measuring the diameter of wheels. They are almost universally measured in inches. Also, the PCD of wheel studs is usually noted in millimeters. Tire valve stems, course, and cap.
Do they offer the
The
diesel
valve
training
stem
at your
is a
school,
specially
Korean? Or you
designed
gotta go
part
somewhere
that
else to
allows
get
a
the
tire
diesel?
to be inflated.
You said you
The
got
valve
some
stem
bullshit.
is a rubber or a metal piece that attaches to the
You
wheel.
can take that
Figure
certificate?
4021.
Maybe they do next.
Rubber ones are the most common, and they come in a few different lengths and
I
diameters.
do it all.
Figure 4022. Rubber valve stems are
Find me a little
typically
job.
replaced
Once I
when
get
new
my first
tires are
certification,
installed.
find me a little job.
Metal
That's
valve
why I say
stems
once
have
I
rubber
just trying to
seals
get
that
my
are
foot in the
replaced
door.
when
Once
new
I get my
tires are
first job, I'm
installed.
going back to get
A
more
valve core
certifications.
is threaded into
That's
the
what you should
valve
do. Once
stem.
you get your first
The
job,
valve core
shit,
is a Schrader
try
valve,
and get
a
another one.
spring-loaded,
I
one-way
say about
valve.
50. I ain't
Figure
trying to be killing myself on
4023.
nobody fucking job.
It lets air into the tire during inflation. It closes automatically to
Yeah,
hold
about
the air in.
43. I ain't about 40. I
Figure
ain't trying to be killing myself on
4021A,
nobody's job.
rubber, press fit, valve stem, B, metal, screw-in, valve stem. A photo of an elongated valve stem with a cylindrical valve stem cap with external threads. A photo of a screw-in valve
What I
stem
say,
with a
I said, damn, I
cylindrical
wish I
valve
was
stem
going to
cap
work
with
at CVS.
external
Gee,
threads.
my do city got medical
Figure
code and shit
4022
positions there. I
common
said,
lengths
God
and
damn, I'm calling
diameters for
out
rubber
shit.
valve stems. A photo
People
of
say that
4
bitch
rubber
don't go to
valve
work.
stems of different lengths and diameters with
I'm
dust
talking to my
cap.
supervisor about the shit tomorrow.
Figure 4023 components of a rubber valve stem. An illustration of the component of a rubber valve stem comprising a valve cap, a valve core, and a body
See
at
what
the
she
center.
said.
Description. A valve stem cap is used to keep debris out of the valve stem so that it does not cause the valve core to leak. The valve stem cap is removed to check air pressure and to inflate or deflate the tire. Some aftermarket valve stem caps come with a built-in tool for tightening or loosening the valve core. The valve stem cap can also slow a leak from a valve core, but it will not stop a leak completely. In newer vehicles, a green valve stem cap indicates that the tire is filled with nitrogen. To prevent dilution of the nitrogen, it should only be topped off with nitrogen. Valve stems have a new purpose on vehicles with tire pressure monitoring systems, TPMS. On many of these vehicles, the TPMS sensor is either built into the valve stem or mounted to the valve stem, figure 4024. This topic is covered in more depth in the tire pressure monitoring systems section. Figure 4024 valve stem with TPMS sensor. A photo of a cylindrical valve stem with a horizontally placed TPMS sensor mounted on it. One end of the sensor is having a concave orientation and the other is blind. Tire construction. The tire itself is generally composed of the tread, plies or cords, sidewalls, inner liner, and bead, figure 4025. Figure 4025. The tire itself is generally composed of the tread, sidewalls, inner liner, plies/cords, and bead. An illustration of a cross-sectional view of a tire depicting its components. Description. The tread is the exterior rubber portion of the tire that comes in contact with the road. It is configured in a variety of patterns based on the application of the tire, such as for driving in mud and snow. The plies or cords are the reinforcing material that gives the tread and sidewall their ability to hold their shape. The sidewalls are the lightly reinforced sides of the tire. They provide lateral strength to the tire and prevent it from ballooning. They do not come in direct contact with the road. The inner liner is a covering of the casing material and seals the air in the tire. Bead strands are bands of steel wire coated in rubber that give the bead area the stiffness to hold the bead against the bead seat, which seals to the wheel. Tires can be inflated through a valve assembly located in the wheel. Modern tires are made from a range of materials. The rubber used is mostly synthetic, with carbon black added to increase strength and toughness. When used in the tread, this combination increases the life of the tire by up to 10 times. Carbon black is also used as a UV stabilizer to help protect against sun damage. Natural rubber is weaker than the synthetic version, so it is used mainly in sidewalls. Cords of synthetic strands have high tensile strength. Because of their high strength, the cords resist stretching but are flexible under load. The cords are placed in parallel and impregnated with rubber to form sheets called plies or belts. Plies have high strength in one direction and are flexible in other directions. When cotton was used as a cord, the number of plies, layers, in a tire was a measure of the tire's strength. The number of plies in a tire was called the ply rating.
Thursday off next week.
Newer cord materials require fewer
Wednesday and
plies.
Thursday off next week.
Today, ply rating is more
Hell
typically
no.
referred to
Why?
as road range.
Shit.
A modern steel belted radial tire with a 6-ply rating may have 6 plies in the tread but just 2
Work
plies in
double
its
things.
sidewall.
4 days after you
Having
work
fewer
double.
plies makes the tire more
Like,
flexible.
went to school and when I work 4
Higher
days
numbers
this
of
week.
plies
They
make
ain't
a
cool.
tire's
But
response
me
to
time to
bumps
study,
harsher,
then we
but
get
the
up
tire
on
can
Wednesday,
withstand
Thursday.
punctures much better.
To recap.
The bead of the tire is made of a
That
cord
you
of
work
high
that Friday,
tensile
Saturday,
steel
and
coated with rubber.
Sunday.
The ends
And
of the
then
plies
Monday
are
come.
wrapped around each bead, which is then wrapped in rubber to stop chafing of the plies.
They
The
let me
length of the
fuck the
wire
opposite
used
man
for the
Wednesday
bead
and
determines
Thursday.
the rim diameter of the tire. Belts that reinforce the tread area of the
Every
tire
now
are
I'm sure,
typically
now we
made of
doing that.
braided, high tensile steel wire. They can also be
The
made
reason
of
why I ain't
rayon or
tripping.
polyester. The inner liner of a
Yeah,
tubeless
yeah.
tire
What's
is
y'all
made of
jailhouse
soft
called,
rubber.
Gene?
The inner liner must be flexible and
What's
airtight.
Columbia jailhouse called?
Types of tire
Columbia
construction.
got a jailhouse?
Although there are 2 types of
What is
tire
called?
construction, bias ply tires and radial tires.
City
Radial
behind,
tires are
or
by
like
far the
medical
most
and
common.
stuff in here too.
About
She told
98%
me.
of the passenger vehicle tires sold today
I
are
don't believe
radial
that shit.
tires. Bias
Shit,
ply
yeah.
tires. The
Like you
bias
should send
ply
them down
tire
records
is the
off and
older
shit.
form of
Like I
tire.
give people medicine.
It is still in use on some trailers and off-road vehicles. This is primarily because of their more durable construction.
Oh, boy, I
Bias
be
tire
scared going to no
construction uses
possible.
body ply cords extended diagonally from bead to bead.
I was so
They
motherfucking
run at
scared.
30 to 40 degree angles. Successive plies are laid at
Oh, come on,
opposing
see,
angles.
what's your name?
This results
We
in
never
a
see you
crisscross
in.
pattern onto
Is
which
she
tread
pretty?
is applied. Figure 4026. Figure 4026 bias ply tires. Notice
But
how
I'm
the
telling you
plies run
something,
in
shit,
a
I about to go
crisscross
get a
pattern.
CO. They paying
An
money.
illustration of a bias ply tire with the plies extending in a crisscross
I'm
pattern.
scared of no motherfucker.
Bias ply design
I know my
provides a
cousin
strong,
Erica said she was
stable
doing one time.
casing
She
but
told me
with
she love
relatively
it.
stiff sidewalls.
I didn't know
However,
you know
during
that
cornering, stiff
She
sidewalls
messy,
can
probably
distort
not
the
being
tread.
messy and all that
This
bullshit.
can partially lift the
Keep the
tread
shit
off the
going.
road surface. Friction between the road and the tire is reduced, which then reduces traction.
Shit, a lot of people say
Technician
they're
tip.
working. I ain't know they
The
were working
bias
it.
ply tire's stiff sidewalls can make
Facebook
tires
all
run
day.
at a higher temperature. This
Getting
is
on
because,
Facebook all
as
day.
the tire
Yeah.
rotates,
So
the body ply cords and the plies
Probably get
flex
some work
under
done,
one
some
another,
studying and stuff
causing
done.
friction
All
and
kind of
heat.
shit you can get
A
done.
bias ply tire that overheats can wear prematurely. At the same time, stiffer sidewalls can resist punctures from sharp rocks or other objects better than a radial tire. Radial tires. Radial tire construction uses the same body ply cords, but they are laid across the tread extending from B to B. The cords end up parallel to each other at approximately 90 degrees to the center line of the tread. Radial tires are extremely durable. They also maintain good traction with the road, providing better control of the vehicle. Most passenger cars now use
Damn.
radial tires, as do most four-wheel drive vehicles and heavy transport vehicles. Radial ply tire sidewalls are much more flexible because of their construction, figure 4027. They use two or more layers of casing plies, which run radially.
Oh, I can't get this shit in the room,
There are
bro.
loops of high-strength material, typically polyester, inlaid with rubber. They loop around the wires in the bead. The casing plies give the tire shape and strength. Figure 4027 radial tires. Notice that the plies form a side-to-side pattern. An illustration of a cross-sectional view of a tire depicting the tread area
They
and
can't
tread
get that
pattern.
bitch in the.
Description. The sidewalls are more flexible because the casing plies do
Whew,
not cross
almost
over
finished.
each other. However, a bracing layer of two or more high-strength belts is used to strengthen and stabilize the
I don't
tire
fuck
tread.
with y'all bitches.
The cords of the belts may be made of
Ain't
fabric or
enough of
steel.
y'all bitches.
They are placed at 12 to 15 degrees to the circumference
That's why
line of the
JT
tire.
got out of
This design forms triangles where the belt cords cross over the radial cords. It gives the tire tread stability when accelerating, braking, and cornering. The radial casing plies flex and deform in the sidewall area above the road contact patch. There are no heavy sidewall plies to distort, and flexing of the thin casing generates little heat. This allows a correctly inflated radial tire to run cooler than a comparable bias ply tire. This increases tread life. Also, a radial tire has less rolling resistance, which increases fuel economy. Technician tip. The sidewalls of radial tires bulge where the tire meets the road. This makes it difficult to estimate the inflation pressure visually. Tire pressure needs to be checked with an accurate tire gauge. Using the correct inflation pressures extends the life of the tire and is vital for safety. Sidewalls of an underinflated tire flex too far, which causes the center section of the tread to be pushed up and away from the road surface. This causes wear at the shoulders of the tire. In an overinflated tire, the center of the tread balloons out because of the excessive pressure. This causes wear at the center of the tread.
Oh, come on, bro.
Different tread patterns give manufacturers the ability
It's
to design
on.
tires for special applications. They can be designed to work well in a variety of driving situations. These include rain, snow, mud, highway, or high-performance situations. Manufacturers spend a lot of money trying to design better tread patterns. When they discover a good design, it can be very profitable. Tire tread patterns can be classified with these general characteristics. Figure 4028. Figure 4028 tread designs. A. Directional tread pattern. B. Non-directional tread pattern. C. Symmetric tread pattern. D. Asymmetric tread pattern. E. Directional and asymmetric tread pattern. A photo of a directional tread pattern of a tire with V-shaped grooves aimed toward its shoulders and arrows
I ain't
painted
gonna
on
lie.
the sidewall.
You hate when I talk about this subject, but so
A photo of a
I went to
symmetric tread
see Aiden
pattern of a
yesterday,
tire
right?
with
Because
continuous
I
ribs
took him to
across
a
the
bee
entire
house.
face.
skinny.
Failing to inspect
What's
the
skinny
vehicle
day?
tires
Getting
and
through that
rim
shit in
may
the trash.
result in this fault. This can lead to vehicle breakdowns and more expensive
I hate
repairs.
that movie.
A
They
warning
too
caution
sweaty and
for
black and greasy on there. I hate when those people be just black and greasy.
Servicing wheels and tires is an important part of an automotive technician's job.
I think the film will produce the film. It was how the film handle going. And
the tire pressure should be checked and adjusted on all vehicles. This includes vehicles that have a direct tire pressure monitoring.
yeah, because you think about it, Gene, the whole time they were really at their house. Yeah, they ain't paying no money. I think they probably made about $20,000 off that damn film. You know what Terrence House said he made? I wouldn't have done that shit.
The tread depth is inspected to ensure that it is above the built-in wear indicators. Tires that aren't below the wear indicators
Keep that moving, man.
at the end of its legal life and should be
I surprised
replaced.
Luke one was, but Luke running
Side
been
panels
5 minutes.
for cuts, gashes, and any
Just to
signs
throw a
of
nigga
damage.
tape in the trash and get the fuck out of there.
Whenever a vehicle comes
Dude,
into the
oh
shop,
no, because he
check
was
the
on
tire's air pressure and look for
skinny,
signs of
skinny,
wear.
man.
A photo of an automotive technician checking the air
Can't shoot
pressure of an
shit,
automobile
bro.
tire using a tire pressure gauge.
And you know what's crazy? Had some more money. I like Terrence House.
Now, with extended oil change.
You ain't never see the best man on the series? Them bitches big good. I'm about to see if they on here on Netflix again.
Follow the manufacturer's scheduled
What
service
happened?
chart to determine the rotation interval. Tire balance is performed when the tires are new. It is also performed anytime there is a
They should
vibration
have
concern
more
that could be
seasons.
caused by
Series.
tire balance
Seasons.
fault. Wheel alignment is another service that is sometimes performed. The alignment is normally checked and adjusted in cases such as the following. When there is abnormal tire wear. When steering/suspension parts are replaced. When the vehicle does not handle or drive correctly. After an abnormal road hazard incident, such as a severe pothole or impact with road debris. After an accident that could affect the alignment. The goal of an alignment is to restore correct vehicle operation and extend the life of the tires. Most tire shops recommend an alignment when new tires are purchased. Prior to the alignment, all steering and suspension components need to be inspected for wear. Any parts that are worn
You know them Equalizer movies?
need to be replaced.
I think you doing.
Replacing worn parts.
I don't like. I think that will fuck up his career. I don't. His career ain't fucked up, but I don't like them.
Alignment is covered.
Don't gotta be the first, and they not trash. They good, but I just don't like those type of movies. Action. I don't like action movies.
You must have the appropriate tools and equipment. The basic equipment
I want
list
bad
should
boys
consist
on it. I
of the
want
items
bad.
in Figure 41.
This not your fault. This not your fault.
Figure 41, two typical tire repair tools and equipment. A. Tire pressure
Them niggas was
player.
funny.
B. Tread depth gauge. C. Valve stem tool. D. Valve core tool. E.
Just rush hour.
PMS
Who you
service
think was the
tool.
best dude?
F.
Lee and
Tire
Jackie?
changing machine. G.
Chris and
Tire
Jackie.
bumper.
I ain't lying.
Patch stitching tool.
Them motherfuckers
K.
was funny.
Wheel balancer. L. Wheel weight tool. M.
What's one of your favorite bad boys? I ain't know.
Wheel weight temporal tool. O. Carbide reamer. P. All scrubbing tool. A
You
photo
got
of
to
a tire
really
pressure that
decide.
consists of a display screen, handle, a rubber hose, and tire stem clamp latch. A photo of a coated tread depth gauge that consists
I like
of
to
a
see
depth
the Mark
bar
Beauty,
tip,
the fucking
a
rats.
and a scale on a metal
That's the only
stitch
part I
bolt.
like on number
A photo
2.
of a valve stem tool with a handle, long stem, and a movable joint at the tip of the stem. A photo of a single head tire valve stem for removal wrench for automobiles. A photo of the tire pressure monitoring system, TPMS, tool set that consists of a torque wrench, value screwdriver, and valve core and sensor torque tool. A photo of a tire changing machine that consists of a turntable with 4 jaws, placed on a base fitted to a vertical tower attached to a swing arm. A shaft hangs down from the swing arm, with a mounting head at its tip, which is above the turntable. A photo of a durable plastic tire gun fan. A photo of a tire spreader with a tire placed on the trim plate that is supported by spread hook sets and locking plate. The turntable is supported by a vertical rod hook with a footboard, guiding hole, and a base. A photo of an air tire buffer that consists of a circular metal head connected to a casing through a shaft, which is equipped with a rubber pad and a lever. A photo of an automobile
Oh
tire
boy.
attached
What the fuck going on? This shit is crazy,
wheel
man.
balancer that consists of a placement box, a control panel, and a cubicle base. A photo of a wheel balance weight pliers tool that consists of a hammer head, pliers, crimping tool, and two handles. A photo of a TPN scan tool in the form of a meter with a display screen and a set of buttons.
Then keep telling it out. You ain't even listening.
A photo of a car by frame with it comprises a body, taper shank, and a tip. A photo of a T-split and pit to handle operate. Tire pressure gauge, used to check the air pressure in tires. Tread depth gauge, used to measure the tire's tread depth. Valve stem tool, used to remove and install tubeless valve stems and rims. Valve core tool, used to remove and install valve cores and valve stems. TP inlet service tools, sockets, valve stem tools, etc. Used to service TPMS sensor components. Tire changing machine, capable of handling the range of tires that the shop stocks. In a shop that handles run flat tires, the tire changing machine must be designed to handle the more robust feed and sidewalls. Tire dump tank or soapy water, used to locate leaks in tires and rims. Tire spreader, used to spread the sidewalls of a tire for easier access during tire patching. Air tire buffer, used to buff the inside surface of the tire lightly as preparation for tire patching. Patch stitching tool, used to apply pressure to the patch when installing it. Tire inflation cage, used to contain the tire and reduce tire inflation in the event of a tire explosion. Wheel balancing machine, used to determine tire conditions that can cause tire vibration. Wheel weight tool, used to remove and install wheel weights onto rims. Wheel weight temper tool, used to identify which wheel weights fit on a particular rim contour. TP inlet service tool, used to reset, formally limit the TPMS, not required on all TPMS equipped vehicles. Carbide reamer, scraping tool, and all tools used for cold patching tires. Common tire and wheel issues. Tire problems. There are many common tire and wheel issues. Air loss. The most common issue with tires is air loss. Tires normally lose a small amount of air over time and require periodic refilling.
Marcy, say what? Man, 6 o'clock. Get your grown ass.
Damn.
tire sizes or pressures. Let's dig into the tire management procedures. Tire inflation. Counter inflation pressure is the most air pressure in the tire. It divides the tire's air carrying capacity and often affects the overall performance of the vehicle. Vehicle manufacturers determine the tire inflation pressure based on vehicles design load limit in the tire size. The load limit is the greatest amount where the vehicle can hold an air. The lowest tire pressure of the vehicle is referred to as the recommended tire installation pressure. Tire pricing information on the tire press line is specified by a J-pop user-friendly grid. The tire press pad is typically located on the inside of the frame in the glove compartment on the spectator glass or occasionally on the apron. Very often a copy of the user's manual and service information is left. This is written on the hinge of the tire press line. A photo of a tire press line with service information and pressure sensors is used to compare tires to those in the previous attachment of the vehicle. Because tires are designed to be used on more than one type of vehicle, tire manufacturers look for maximum safe installation pressure in the tire sidewall. This number is the highest amount of air pressure that can ever be put in the tire. The maximum tire pressure should never be exceeded. This is true even when the vehicle's tire press is indicating a higher pressure. If the maximum tire pressure is exceeded, excessive forces are generated and can cause the tire to explode by impact. This is one of the emergency situations known as delayed transmission. Due to the unconditioned, a seriously injured or lost their lives when they overloaded a tire and there is no way to bring their case. Sometimes it is good to use a tire switch when replacing. This is the way to do it. If the tire blows off, then the switches will affect the bearing and you might be hit by sudden pain. However, the cage is much easier than most of the lower portions of the tire. If you cannot make sense of injury or movement of a tire explosion, should the tire explode before it begins, the manufacturer should be available to determine whether a cage is safe for further flight. This is done once more after installing the new tire. Installation is an important feature of cage. A color will bar tire inflation safety cage. The tire belt inside is open. Technician tip. Maximum tire pressure as listed on the sidewall is most effectively able to be determined by looking at how she's loading the tire onto the vehicle and by a machine. The pressure is just as low as down, depending on the vehicle and may be applied by tire pressure indicator. To get a accurate pressure reading, tires must be checked when filled. The dashboard does not state the exact temperature. However, a cold tire can be not delivered for at least 3 hours longer than 1,000 1,000 While drying, tires will go on a specific cleaning filtration while material is wet and fermented. Testing results depend. The heat tire retains. Implant penetrate the air within the tire. As the air enters the tire fluid, it is thinning, causing the air pressure to increase.
Marsupials.
Tire pressure changes approximately 1 pound per square inch when the complete seal has passed, or as the case may be, 5 to 6 degrees Celsius until it actually freezes. To obtain an accurate tire pressure reading, the tire must be cold. If you get a tire pressure compensation chart, you will be able to calculate the effective pressure in one tire. A rare or common tire pressure compensation chart may require less pressure in the tire.
Me. I want to be like mine.
checking tire pressures before the vehicle has been driven more than 1 mile, 1.6 kilometers. Adjusting tire pressure. Adjusting tire pressure. Even when new, high-quality tires lose air over time, so tire pressure should be adjusted periodically. It is good practice to check tire pressure at least monthly to catch a leaking tire. Vehicles that are 2008 model year manufactured after September 1st, 2007 are required to be equipped with a TPMS. This system is designed to monitor the vehicle for tires below pressure. If the tire is outside the specified limit, it will alert the driver of the fault. These vehicles may have a specific tire inflation and TPMS reset procedure required by the manufacturer. Make sure that you check for a manufacturer's inflation and TPMS reset procedure before inflating the tire. Also note that tire pressures on vehicles with an indirect TPMS can lose air slowly and evenly. Don't assume that the tires are correctly inflated just because the vehicle has a TPMS. Technician tip. It is recommended that all the tires on the vehicle have the tire pressure checked and adjusted as specified.
Oh.
Girl, go on, take it low. Hey, Nadine. Before you text me. Gee, do you know, I don't know if you go through this too, but in our relationship, do you go through phases where you like hate me? Last week I went through a phase where I hated your ass. What you be doing? I hated your black ass last week. I don't even want this motherfucker around me. I think I go through that. I think I'm a hateful person. I think I go through that phase with everybody. Like, Ray, when I used to be a kid, I used to like really hate you. I used to go through that phase all the time. What is this? Beetlejuice? I ain't gonna lie. I love some happy hair. Now, I ain't gonna lie.
I said, yeah, 2,000. Get this big for 2,000.
What?
Same kind of head. Same kind of text, they send them 2,000.
Oh, you see him get from the bus now? Who? Texas, please. Oh, what fucking Texas, please? Who done got Texas? I said taxi.
You got $200. That would have like that extra. Someone down there tell us, you know,
Yeah, well, I thought I did. I thought I hit shut down.
put it up, nigga.
Do you see my conditioner? My arm still. Shit up out. Look at all the cigarette. Get them cigarette all up right there. I don't see where it's gonna go.
Yeah.
Time you lay your ass down. You don't need to be up all damn night.
Go on, man, get on your block. Videotape, then I'm gonna kill. I was so tired of studying. I bet the fuck you is. That shit ain't easy, bro.